All right. Ah, Maggers is here. Hello, mate. Nice to see you. Yeah, yeah, crack on. Is this your? These are lists, aren't they? Is that your list?
Yep.
And that's Paul's.
Yes.
So we have Mr. Paul Fox of Moonrakers versus Mr. Elliot Morrish of Northern Kings. This is a South versus North uh, clash of the Titans. I say Titans, you know. L on the stream. L himself. Oh, I should change his name, shouldn't I? I should change his name to L because that really annoys him. There we go. Perfect. That's that done. So welcome back to day 2. We have Frozen on the camera already. That's useful. Let's just restart that. There we go. Okay. So we have Elliot's Basilean. So this is a fly-off. We have got Elliot's got a mixed. I suppose a mixed arms Basileans list. We've got men at arms horde. So he's got the men at arms formation, the shield of the golden horn. Men at arms horde with life leech. 2 men at arms regiments. 2 Elohi hordes, one with strength, one with caterpillar. He's got Julius, the Arnold Schwarzenegger of Basileia. A priest with Bane Chant and Shroud of the Saint for heal 6. Samachris, some more heal, and Ur-Elohi, and the Elohi formation. Rupert says, what happened to Dan King? So we are going to... so Dan King versus Tom is the top table. They're the top 2. But we wanted to save the top table for the last stream. So game 5 will be the top table. So while I would really like to show Dan versus Tom Robinson, I think it'll be a really interesting game. You would then have to watch one of them again on game 5. So we figured it'd be more fun to show a classic good versus evil match-off. North versus South. Nicely painted army versus army literally made of cotton wool. So the cotton wool army is yes, so we have Abyssals. Here's Paul's army. So his army is he's taken hobby gaming to a new extreme. It's literally made from stuff he's found around the house and some googly eyes. We've got a troop of gargoyles, a horde of larvae, which is made of literally red string. 3 regiments of tortured souls, 1 with celerity, 1 with firewall, 1 with sharpness, a troop of hellhounds, a regiment of heliquins with haste, an abyssal harbinger mounted with the loot, the well of souls, Basusu the vile, and some twisted victims. So he's got 4 flying regiments, well of souls, some gargoyles, some larvae, and some heliquins, pretty much. So Elliot is on the Paul's on the left of this camera shot, and Elliot is on the right. And I've got a radiator, which is lovely. Just warming my hands in between moves. So we are push with 3 tokens. Hi, John Fawkes. Always nice to see you. So the current rankings, I can tell you what they are if you're that interested. If I can find them. Here we go. So Tom Robinson's top with 69, Dan's second with 62, Elliot's third with 60. So there's 9 points between first and second. Paul Fox is in fourth with 51, followed by Sam Barker and his Orcs at 50, and John Quayle with his Basileans at 50. When we first rolled out the table, we did it randomly to see who would be on the filming table, and we came up with Rob Phipps versus Simon Cooper. They both play Abyssal Dwarves, so not only would that be boring for us, I think it's going to be quite boring for them, because they're literally going to be trundling forward at 4 inches a go. I think it'll be turn 4 before there's any combat. So anyway, we've gone with a fly off, a full fly off. Although Elliot's got 2 hordes of Elohi, 3 flying characters, and then foot stuff. Whereas Paul is all flying. It's worth saying that Paul's been out of the game for a little while. He kind of retired. So he did enough events at the beginning of the year to qualify for Masters, which is extraordinary. And then he kind of retired a little bit, and it was the end of the end of the Fox, and they had to have Nick Williams as their stand-in Moonraker because there was no Northern Kings at Clash of Kings. So he has returned. The Moonrakers are not sporting their trademark waistcoats because it's too cold for trademark waistcoats, but there are some rather fetching hoodies, which Paul is probably sporting underneath his giant coat because they are from the south, after all. Okie dokie. Please feel free to say hi to me, since I am sitting here on my lonesome once again. I did ask Rob Berman of Mantic if he fancied coming down to join me, but he's gone mysteriously quiet on Facebook Messenger. I'm not sure why. It's almost as if he has a family and a life outside of this game, and it's a Sunday. Anyway. So we are entering deployment by the looks of it. So we have got the Hellhounds deployed right down the bottom of the board, and Heliquins in the middle, it looks like, and then that looks like the horde of larvae that's gone right at the top. So Elliot's got his men at arms deployed down the bottom. I think that's where he'll put his tokens if he's not mad. And he's got both his Elohis in the middle, and that looks like, I think that's Julius or the Elohi. Let me just go and ask what the models are. I'm alive. Nice to see you, Matt. Isn't it your turn in that game we're playing? Just saying. So sorry. The model that's down the bottom is an Elohi, and the 2 regiments in the middle are the men at arms that he's deployed off against the Heliquins. And whatever the bloody hell that model is that has just been put down might be that. Well, that's the Well of Souls. So the Well of Souls is right. That's that big. I mean, it's going to be cotton wool because it's Bullfox, but I don't know what it's made of. So yeah. So and then we've got Samachris, that little model behind the hill at the top there, with the pond in front of it, is Samachris, so she's hiding. And there's the Elohi going in behind the men at arms regiments. And all those black fluff bits in the middle, those are all the Tortured Souls. So those are Paul's Tortured Souls. Oh, sorry, he's got 2 regiments, 1 horde of Tortured Souls. So he's got 2 regiments, 1 horde of Tortured Souls, and a horde of Twisted Victims, which is the living legend. Basically, they are non-shambling Tortured Souls. So all of Paul's army is shambling, which means there is a speed advantage on Elliot, but Paul does have a lot more flying. It's just that Elliot's flying is way punchier, so once he gets that charge off, those elite vicious Elohi are going to be just vicious, aren't they? The Brew of Strength vicious and Caterpillar vicious, they're going to be nice. That Brew of Strength vicious Elohi horde going into anything is going to absolutely blow it to shreds. So I think Paul will be trying to keep his Heliquins alive because that's one of the few things that can really do damage to that horde of men-at-arms. Everything else is going to struggle. Let me know who you think might have the advantage in this particular matchup. Here's Mr. Nick Williams, striding, well, limping around. How you feeling, Nick?
Ugh.
He feels ugh. Do you stay out last night with the lads?
No.
Straight home with Cocodamol and paracetamol.
I went for a couple, but the karaoke was horrendous.
Horrendous karaoke. Welcome to the Midlands. It's terrible.
It is. And it was agreed that we should go somewhere else. I agree with you, but I can't go.
I think I saw some pictures of Elliot being harassed by local women, or possibly the other way around. I'm not sure who was harassing who, but Elliot claims he was harassed. But
I know Elliot.
just in case his wife's listening, it was definitely not Elliot. He was definitely not doing anything wrong. No, isn't it weird that our wives aren't interested at all in this gaming? Thanks a lot, guys. Although my wife did listen. She said, I went home last night. She said, I listened for 2 minutes. I'm like, I bless you. I tried to get Rob Berman to come down to help with the commentary.
All right.
He wasn't keen. Well, he didn't reply to my message. It's almost as if this is his job, not an actual hobby. Yeah. I swapped the name to L because it's important that he's represented appropriately. I feel with the identity that he's keen on.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
You actually brought a radiator with you.
I did bring a radiator with me today. I'm warming my hands over right now. I'm not going to freeze. I'm going to be lovely and toasty. It's really nice. You feel free to come and join me on my radiator anytime you like. I've got an extra microphone if you want to come and join me with some commentary. You're such a grouch. That's all right. It's no better than me crunching on crisps, which is what I'm going to do in a minute. Do you want me to get your little chair over? I thought it was the Halloween decorations here, but it's actually real cobwebs. Do you want me to get rid of it for you? You're going to go round. Why don't you sit on this chair and I'll sit on the next one? You numpty. So that's Nick Williams, cowardly, sloping away from doing any commentary. So sorry, back to the game. Oh, the camera's frozen again. I what? My video stream's frozen again. Here we go. Sorry about that. I will pay attention. And we're back on. So now we've got a spread of tortured souls. So we've got the 2 regiments. So 1 regiment at the top, 1 in the middle, and a horde. And I don't know which ones are the twisted victims. Let me go and ask. Twisted victims are the ones down at the bottom, so they're with the hellhounds. And I've just checked, the Well of Souls is actually a cone of paper that's been painted. I mean, you gotta admire his balls. So Paul's won first turn, or has been given. I think he probably has been given or has won first turn, and is shuffling forward. It's gone very quiet in here. I have to lower my voice. Oh, look at the focus. It's either focus or it's a hangover on behalf of absolutely everyone. Due to the boxing that everyone was watching last night, apparently. So, okay, some moving forward. So some movement there. So yeah, so I think what he's doing there is just protecting the horde, the Twisted Victims horde, from being charged by Elohi, because he's got an Elohi and a horde of Elohi there that are going to be very unpleasant to deal with. So he's put the Hellhounds in a nice cover position, which is lovely to see. So then he's moved up his Heliquins. The Heliquins, I don't know if they can be charged. They might be just outside charge range with the Well of Souls next to them of the Alohi that are sitting behind those men at arms. But that pressure is going to come pretty quickly. What's interesting is at the top, um, we've got one regiment of Tortured Souls. I think it's the Gargoyles and the Larvae, with the tokens just pushing forwards. And all they've got against them is Samacris and Julius. So the Wonder Twins activate, are at the top of the board, shoveling over. So I should think what Elliot would want to do is punch through the middle and then swing around to try and get those tokens, or ignore them entirely and then get his tokens and the center token, because you only need 4 to win. Doesn't matter if um, those three are over the other side at the top on the Larvae. As long as you've got 4, right? So that's the plan, I think, from Elliot. You can see his tokens there on his men-at-arms horde. So he's just seeing now whether if he puts Julius into the outside that woods, whether the Heliquins can see him. So he won't be in the woods, he'll just be outside the woods. No one's touching the woods. Paul's not put anything touching the woods, so it'll be using blocking terrain quite sensibly. Oh, I can't reach my Pringles. There we go. I should attempt to mute the microphone whilst I'm eating Pringles. So I think that's Julius. So Julius has now moved up, so he's worked out that nobody can see him, which is pretty nice. Nice position use of the woods there. And Paul's obviously not got any surge because he's abyssals, despite the fact that everything is shambling. So those Heliquins have now got a defense 6 absolute nightmare, with who can quite happily hop over their lines. 8 attacks on 3s with crush 2, and he's defense 6, so that's not nice. But it's very hard to judge that kind of thing, I find. Good morning, Matt. Nice to see you. Matt from Kings of Hearts there. On the official Kings of Heart chat, this episode is sponsored by Kings of Hearts for all your doubles tournaments. Slightly worrying me, my laptop just made a noise that it made the USB has been unplugged type noise. But I can't see anything that's been unplugged, and apparently you can both... no, that's what it is. The camera's gone doolally. Elliot is not in a... He's just hanging out. Sorry about that. I'm having some camera issues, but it's fine. I just need to replug it in, so there may be a small amount of black. And then it will pop back onto your screens momentarily. You have missed nothing exciting, don't worry. We're back. And literally nothing, because Elliot hasn't done anything. So there's a Hellhounds, which are speed 9, which is pretty great for a chaff troop. 125 points, 10, 12. Height 1 cavalry. So I think he's just adjusting his charge ranges so he can find out where things are gonna be. There you go. Elliot, use proxy bases. Use proxy bases. He can't hear me. It's fine. So that's interesting. It looks like he's moved the men at arms so that the Harlequins can charge him. And I think what that means is that he's hoping the Harlequins charge those men at arms and then get obliterated by Elohi. So whether Paul takes that bait and try and runs the mass of the trade off, because if one or both or men at arms charge into those Harlequins in the flank, yeah. So if the Harlequins come into the front of the horde, um, well, actually, he's moved his men at arms forward now. The men at arms could have easily flanked them, but now I think he's relying on his Elohi and the Elohi to kind of come in. Should they take that charge? I guess you can see that little square just in front of the men at arms horde. That's the Hellhound's charge range, but they're not really that much of a worry. They're very much a chaff piece. I don't know about you, but I find when you're playing with lots of flying or against lots of flying, the first two turns take forever because you're so cautious because they are such aggressive hammers that when they do eventually come in, it kind of rolls then quite quickly because things start dying immediately. Um, so Elliot's being very, very cautious here because his army is fragile and reasonably elite. How many drops? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, in fact, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. 9 drops. He's a 9-drop army. So if he loses one unit, he's in a problem. He's got an issue. Whereas Paul's army is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 drops, which is pretty elite, but compared to 8, wow. You know, one of them is a horde of larvae that no one cares about. So you see that Elliot literally does not care about the larvae with the tokens right at the top. He's just letting them roll on because he's not going to be able to chew through it. It's too much, which means there's 3 of Paul's units stuck at the top of the board, and there's only Samochris to stop them. So I think he is trying to smash through the middle of Paul's army, grab that token, and just get the 4-3 victory. I'm currently enjoying a tube of salt and vinegar Pringles, if you're interested. What's your favourite flavour of Pringles? Let me know in the comments. Bacon is a sin against humanity in crisps. I enjoy bacon, but I wouldn't say it's my favourite flavour of Pringle. That'd be mad. I like a sour cream and onion, but they've only got 2 flavours here, and one of them's like roast beef or something like that. And I'm like, oh, no thanks. That's interesting. So don't forget, Elohi are height 2. So that Elohi horde can move anywhere behind the hill with Gay Abandon because all of Paul's stuff is is quite small. So Torture Souls are large infantry, they're height 2. Don't forget this is version 2. The tokens, so Elliot's tokens are on the men at arms horde. I'm not sure if he spread them actually. I'm fairly certain Paul's are on the larvae at the top. I'm just going to go and quickly check. So yeah, all 3 tokens are on the Men-at-Arms Horde and the Horde of Larvae at the top. So Elliot's managed to hide both of his characters and his Elohi Horde. So you've got the Elohi behind the hill, can't be seen by anything. He's out of the charge arc of that Heliquid regiment. You've got Julius behind the forest at the top, and you've got the Elohi hiding behind the hill at the bottom because they're height 2. So there is a lot of potential for Elliot to fly over the back of things. So around to Paul's turn 2, and he's all 3 of his regiments of tortured souls at the top there are just coming forward because the larvae are unchallenged. They're just going to meander on over. I wonder whether it might be more sensible for Paul to deploy the larvae right in the centre to push onto that 4th token because they're desperately hard to kill. You know, they've got ensnare, they're defense 4, they're a dash 22. Even Elohi are going to find that tough. So if you'd have put it in the middle with the regiments of torture souls either side to do some blocking of charges, I think he could have made this a lot more difficult for Elliot to do what he's doing, which is concentrate his army. The torture souls are coming over, but there's the risk with those regiments of torture souls that by the time they come over, some of the more critical combats might already have happened. That's my in-depth analysis there. Hope you enjoyed it. Anyone who's actually ever watched any of my battle reports will be thinking, what do you know? Well, there's no one else to listen to. Sorry, you can just put it on mute. That would be helpful. Maybe I should just stick to identifying what the units are. That is an Elohi horde. You can tell because of the wings. Well, I've got some bad news, which is that I finished my tube of Pringles. It's one of those little ones, 70p for another one, and I'm not sure I can be bothered to get up because the heater's right next to me. It's very warm. Sad times, everyone. Sad times. But I'll soldier on through. I know. You know, you want me to, so I'm going to do it for you. All 6 of you. Okay, so Paul's now onto his turn 2. The torture souls have moved up on the top, and he's done a classic move, which is he's used his Hell Hounds to screen for the Horde of Twisted Victims. Don't forget, those are Twisted Victims who can move at the double because they are not shambling. And I think from the look of the battlefield, he might get the Elohi jumping behind them for next turn, by which point they'll be into something. I don't think that the Elohi Horde can jump far enough over the back of them without being facing the wrong direction. But, if he wants to use that as a distraction, because the punchiest unit in Paul's army, and really the only punchy unit in Paul's army, is those Heliquins. So if Elliot does manage to do something about the Heliquins, then Paul's got very little that can do any damage to anything. I mean, Torture Souls, they are Crush 1. Crush 1, Thunderous 1. Yeah, hitting on 3s, but they've got 9 attacks on the regiments, 18 attacks on the Horde. It's the Heliquins with 20 attacks on 3s. Crush 1, Thunder 2. So what he might do is put Julius in front of them to block. But that's kind of a sacrifice gameplay. With only 8 units, that's very dangerous. He's a dash 16. I'm just trying to predict. I don't know what I'd do. I'm rubbish with flying armies. There is some pondering here, pondering about what to do. Having Julius there, I think, is good, but I kind of get the feeling he's facing the wrong way a little bit. I kind of want him to be facing up the board towards where the torture souls, where the Heliquins are, because then he can jump in, strip the thunderous charge, and then bring some Alohi around to kind of challenge. Whereas Paul's kind of shambling flyers are really coming down the board now. And they will only be able to do pip damage, but all the same. Don't know if you can hear the dramatic music in the background, but there's battle style music playing, which everyone is ignoring. There's something of a somber mood in here this morning, caused by the amount of alcohol. Dan King is sitting down a lot. I don't know if he was out or not, though, to be fair, because I wasn't here. Oh, okay. So, he's taken, that's really interesting, the Well of Souls and the Hall of Tortured Souls into one of the men-at-arms regiments. Okay, and the reason he's done that, so the Well of Souls going in prevents that from being hindered. But Elliot has got a very sneaky smile on his face there. I noticed that. I think he thinks that's a mistake. So Paul's playing aggressively here. So the Well of Souls is Paul's only source of healing, and it's a good source of healing. What's going to happen here? So that's what he was checking. He was checking whether the Elohi at the bottom would be able to see, and they can't. So he's going to use potentially. He's hoping to kill that men-at-arms regiment in one with the Tortured Souls, and then the Well of Souls to stop the flank or to stop an attack on the Tortured Souls. But realistically, the Elohi will still be able to fly in and smash. They will be hindered though. So we're just checking there whether Julius, yes, because the guy at the bottom is the Elohis. They're checking whether Julius, what? He's doing it anyway. My goodness me. So he's gone full aggression. So he's put the Heliquins into the other men-at-arms regiment. But they were checking whether Julius could see the Heliquins, and they can. This is interesting. Oh, he's just shouted out, "What an idiot I am!" So that's fun. Not really sure what's going on there. So yeah, I think this might, because realistically, I think those Heliquins are going to take a double charge from Elohi next turn, and then his only punching unit is gone. So we shall see. He's rolling. Oh, he's rolling there. I think he's rolling Bane Chant. That's Bane Chant onto the Tortured Souls, which looks like it came off. So they are now crushing 2. So here we go. That's 9 dice. That will be the Well of Souls, or 10 dice. Well of Souls. So that'll be the Well of Souls attack crush 2. Life leech 5, but that's irrelevant because it's not damaged yet. So a few damage there from the Well of Souls onto the Men-at-Arms. Oh, is there another character in between that the Well of Souls has gone into? Oh no. Okay. This is Basusu. That was Basusu, I think. I forgot about Basusu. I don't know where he is in the army. So I think that's Basusu going into Julius. Right. So that's how he's preventing himself from taking a rear charge by putting Basusu into Julius. So I think Julius is okay, but he won't be able to fly anymore. So that seems pretty sensible. But Basusu is such a tiny base, he'll probably be able to pivot past him. That's my thought. So these will be the Torture Souls. So Paul's just saying he's been reckless and gone in. It's a high-risk strategy that I wouldn't recommend. Not against this army, not with the 2 hordes of Elohi that are just going to brutalize the rest of things. Look, free cakes. Nom 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 nom. That's 20 damage. Oh, so actually, I think the Men-at-Arms regiment has survived. Has survived the Tortured Souls going in. That's a pain. The other Men-at-Arms regiment looks like 8 damage. Nope, and they're also fine. Ouch! Oh shit! That is not. I mean, yeah, I guess you can go all in, but you need, yeah, double charges is what you need to kind of really make things happen. So both Men-at-Arms regiments are okay. So really at turn 2 now, this is Elliot's to take advantage of. So they're just asking for a ruling from Nick about whether Julius can pivot around and charge into the flank of something. So they're just, as bases are coming out, we're trying to work out what can go where. Realistically here though, this is not a great situation for Paul. He needed to kill at least one of those regiments of Men-at-Arms. Men-at-Arms are a 14-16. So I think he got 8 damage on one of them. He only needed an 8 to kill him. Slightly above average, but he couldn't roll it. So you don't get the nerve rolls, then you are not going to succeed. This puts Elliot into a very strong position. So I think they've said he can. Oh, look, cakes have come my way. How exciting.
Oh yeah, that's right.
God, fuck, I'm allowed a little bit, I'm allowed a little bit. So Julius has gone into the flank. So Pursuit was not successful. And even worse, look at that. A horde of Men-at-Arms hindered into the flank of the Harlequins. So he's got Julius in one flank, the horde of Men-at-Arms in the other. That high-risk strategy, it's called high risk for a reason. So I think in the middle, the Tortured Souls that went in, the horde into the Men-at-Arms, has now got a flank from the other Men-at-Arms. And it's going to be a hindered flank. Men-at-Arms with what? So look, 12 attacks, 24 attacks on 5s. It's not going to do much to Tortured Souls, I think. Maybe it will. 25 on 5. Maybe a couple of points of damage. So I think they'll probably survive. They are a dash 18. But all the same, they're going to be wounded and they're going to have a whole nightmare of stuff on the left. So what Elliot is doing is putting the Alohi right in front. I don't think he's charging. Yeah, he's using it for lines of sight. So he's literally using his Alohi horde as chaff. So rather than charging into the Hellhounds, he's just put them in front, which is interesting. Not sure why, but realistically, the core, the heart, the middle of Paul's army is going to get ripped out there. Now, someone hasn't picked up the middle token, so theoretically, Paul might be able to pick up the middle token with one of his Tortured Soul regiments, bomb it across, and then spend the entire game running away. But there is so much flying stuff in Elliot's army, and he hasn't even deployed the other Elohi horde yet. So I think he's trying to decide what to do with it. So he's moved it back. Yeah, which is pretty sensible. Give him some flank. So if the Twisted Victims do jump over, they're going to get Elohi to the face. So Elliot's playing this extremely well. I think realistically, if you play more cautiously against a flying force like Elliot's, it just allows Elliot to get more into position. So there was, aggression definitely was a sensible thing to do, but I think putting the larvae right at the top possibly was a mistake. Like I said, I think with push, if you put everything into one lump, and your lump is more durable than their lump, that's something you might be able to capitalize on. So the Ur-Elohi has jumped into the middle to kind of look down at Basusu and the other Torture Souls as they come across, so that seems sound. Yeah, you're right. I can turn off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where's his tokens?
So the tokens, the Paul's tokens are on this horde of larvae at the top, and Elliot's are on this horde here. But at this point, those Heliquins are not in a good place because they've got a flank from Julius and a flank from a hindered men-at-arms reg. The Horde of Torture Souls have got a flank from men-at-arms hindered again and a front from men-at-arms. I think something's gone in the back. I can't really see.
So he might just be about to flip and walk into that.
I think the Torture Souls will survive, but the Heliquins will probably die. And then he simply blocked these guys off so they can't come in, and all these guys are shambling at the top. So I think it's going to be really tough. Really tough.
Is he loaded to 2 look counters or the 1 unit?
Three, all three. So 3 push tokens, but they're up there. Here's the thing, so they're up there, but Ellie doesn't care about them. They can come out all they like because there's one in the middle. So if Ellie can get the one in the middle, he's got 4 and he wins. So I think there you go. So it looks like they've bounced off the Tortured Souls, which is what we thought would happen. But then next turn he's got all of this, so yeah, it's not going to be good. The Elohi can just come in straight into the flank next turn. So
these guys 3 and 4.
They're 3 and 4, yeah. L's 3 and Paul's 4. Here we go. All here. Oh, that's a lot of dice. That's a lot of dice. That's a flank amount of dice. All right. Paul Fox's face isn't that happy. The poor guy. He had Tom Robertson in his first game and got tabled, and Tom didn't lose any units. And then he's done very, very well in the next 2 games. And unfortunately, that's landed him with an Elohi horde. I think he might retire again after this. Take his cotton wool back down south. But having said that, We have seen things turn around really heavily in other games, so I'm not writing him off straight away. Definitely not. These look like Julius's attacks in the flank. Don't forget the men at arms, while they did 50 attacks, they are hitting on 5s. And there is no crush on that. And he's going to Hello Quinch, which are defense 5. So there's potential these Hello Quinch could survive one more turn. In which case they've got the chance to do some damage before they eventually pop, which is what they are almost certainly going to do eventually. Harlequins are a 16-18. So if they survive this turn, the Well of Souls, which has not been hit... no, that's right. Right, that's what's happened. So the Well of Souls took the other men-at-arms regiment. That's what's happened in the flank. So the Well of Souls is what's taken that men-at-arms. It's a hindered flank from men-at-arms regiment. So that's all the damage put onto those Harlequins. Here's the nerve roll. And again. No, they are off. So the Harlequins are gone. Julius in the flank and men-at-arms in the flank. Too much damage to cope with. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. And now those men-at-arms horde is really in a place to start dashing across the board and picking up that other token. Still sitting in terrain. He's just checking, can't see. Yeah. Okay. Oh dear. So that strategy didn't work. Everything else it looked like has survived. So I think the I don't know if he's rolled it or not. He definitely rolled the Torch of Souls combat at the top. He might not have rolled the Well of Souls combat, which would be mad because isn't the Well of Souls inspiring? Wouldn't you roll the inspiring one first? He did. So the Well of Souls is still alive, and now can use its ability, the Soul Drain ability. And the Tortured Souls are still alive. But an army of just Tortured Souls against Elohi is a very, very difficult concept to cope with, I would say. So we shall see. Yes, the Will of Souls looks like it's countercharged. And the Tortured Souls have also charged. So that's a regiment of Tortured Souls into the men-at-arms. So again, he's using the Will of Souls really to stop a hindered charge. And then again, so some more Tortured Souls have come in to flank the other men. So both men-at-arms and regiments will definitely go, I would say. That's my guess. The top one will definitely go because it's already got damage on. The middle one might survive. Depends how lucky Paul is with rolling, and given how lucky he's been so far, not so great. And then Basusu has come into Julius. What's that thing in the middle? Oh, that's the Harbinger. The other Tortured Souls are a little bit stuck back there, so he's still shooting off that unit, but I don't think you need to. Why is he bothering to use that unit at the top to shield off? Elliot doesn't care about the larvae. He doesn't care because he wants to just get the 4 tokens and win. Do what he likes with the larvae all day. So here you go. So he's going to go 20 with the Twisted Victims and turn them. That's pretty sensible. Yeah, so a slight overcorrection of the angle there. But they're still out of view of the Elohi. So their Twisted Victims are still around, offering an unpleasant threat to the rear of those men-at-arms. And I assume he's going to charge the Elohi with the Hellhounds. There we go. And now he's running off his Bane Chant onto the Tortured Souls, going to those men-at-arms, it looks like. I don't know if that came off or not. Okay, so More damage onto those men-at-arms. This is the flank from the Torch of Souls. Well, that's them gone. That's one unit out. So he's already doing better than he did against Tom Robinson. Just joking, Paul. I'm not joking though. That he is doing better. I mean, he has forced the combats early, so it's really coming down to dice now. Those Twisted Victims are in a very, very good place. He's got a lot of flying stuff around it, just it all hits on 4s, and there's Samachris and Julius still both alive. Samachris hasn't even entered the game yet. She's right at the top there. This is the, that'll be the Well of Souls, I should think. Oh no, it's not. That was Basusu, hence the vicious rerolls. Couple of points of damage, looks like 3 points of damage onto Julius, which is not going to do anything against a Dash 16 unit. Yeah, well, so that's the other Torch of Souls into the Men-at-Arms, or possibly the Well of Souls. Doesn't look like much damage though. That's it was the Well of Souls because it's the Life Leech. Life Leech 5 on Well of Souls is great, really good. And then the nerve roll. Ah, look, he's upset. Oh dear, it has not happened. So they are fine. Everyone bounces. The paper cone has not been effective. So now Elohi can come in, which is very unfortunate. Even worse, I think that horde of men-at-arms can come into the Well of Souls. Okay, so this will be now the Hellhounds, I guess. How many attacks on a Hellhounds? 15, yeah, that's like hell. 15? Damn. They're still in version 3. Nick, are Hellhounds still in version 3? Are Hellhounds still in version 3 for Abyssals? They're really good. 15 attacks on 4s. Nimble. Yeah. Yeah. But they're shambling. Hellhounds aren't shambling. Depends what you want to use them for, isn't it, really? Nick says there's better choices in that army, and he's the expert. There's other stuff you can take. Imagine how much better this commentary would be if you were on it, though. Any thoughts on the game so far? I can relay to the 4 people watching this.
No.
It's Sunday morning. no thoughts from Nick.
No thoughts from Nick. Nick's too.
Nick has no thoughts.
Nick is frustrated with the venue.
I'm just going to mute the microphone while we have a gossip. And we're back, gossiping over. So Elliot's onto his turn 3. Yeah, some good options for him. So the Urolohi has gone into the Harbinger, which seems pretty sensible because the Harbinger is only a 10-12 and it's the only source of Bane Chant in the army. Everything else, well, there's still a lot of Crush and Thunderous, so. But Bane Chant is useful. He's also an Inspirer. So some pondering and chatting going on. Okay, so the men-at-arms are... Oh, they're just... Okay. This is... Okay. So they're having to... Right. This is not a position you want to be in, to having to turn around your horde, especially in push. But realistically, I don't think, apart from maybe putting the Alohi in front of the Twisted Victim so they can't see, there's not a lot you can do about it. So spinning around, it is still turn 3, so there's still a lot of the game left to go. Spinning that horde all the way around, not Brill. Not a Brill place to be. But, you know, like you say, responding to the threats that are happening is sensible. Okay, he's just checking the lines of sight so everyone's in his front, because a lot of those charges would be hindered. And he, you know, he can last a lot of damage on that horde. It's a, what is it, a 21-23? And it has got 30 attacks on 4s with Life Leech and Iron Resolve, so it can take a lot of punishment. And Paul is running out of options, I think, to get the punch that he needs onto it. I just thought another clever move for that Urilohi he's gone into the Abyssal Harbinger is that he's landed on the center token. So if he kills that Harbinger, even if he doesn't kill the Harbinger, he can pick up the token and just wander into the other half with gay abandon, which is exactly where he wants to be. So I think that's very, very clever. I know Samachris has moved up as well. I think Samachris might have recharged the Tortured Souls regiment. She's finally joined the battle. She's only 3 attacks, but you know, 9 attacks on 3s with Crush 1. I'd take that any day. Wow, she got Fireball 10. I never knew that. Okay, so that's a double charge then from Men at Arms. So maybe the minute, yeah, and the double charge onto the Tortured Souls. So if he ignored the Well of Souls, and he's double charged the Tortured Souls with Alohi and Men at Arms, and the Alohi are unhindered, so that is going to be an X Tortured Souls unless a double one hits, which is always a possibility. And that would be very unpleasant because then the Tortured Souls could recharge Alohi, and then we'd all be having fun. But don't forget down the bottom as well, we've got another Alohi horde who have now lost their Thunderous. They only crush 1. But I don't know if they're Caterpillar or Brewer's Strength. I'd say they're probably Brewer's Strength, I don't know. That are going to obliterate the Hellhounds. Hellhounds are a 10-12, so yeah. Goodbye. And then you've got another Alohi horde, so Elliot's got loads of options right now. Yeah, there's a nerve check. Yep, that's the Hellhounds. Goodbye. Oh dear. Hello, everyone. The Alohi have turned around. Yeah. Ooh dear. Okay, so now we are rolling someone who's got 9 attacks or 10 attacks. It might be the Urolohi or Julius. Ah, it's Julius. Where is Julius? If you can see Julius up on the screen, please let me know where he is. Although we 9 attacks from the from Samachris into the rear of the Tortured Souls. Oh wow! Oh wow! Samachris has just totaled the regiment of Tortured Souls on her own. What a boss! The dash 15, 9 attacks on 3s and was she crush 1? Threes and threes. 9 attacks on threes and threes. He's done enough damage to roll higher than a 15. Ouch. That is unfortunate. Wow. Okay. The Urolohi has bounced off of the a Harbinger. But that's really only going to save him for 1 turn. All the same, he probably can't charge now. Okay, some rerolling there. This is damage onto Well of Souls? Oh, there's Julius. There he is. So he went into the Horde of Torch. Is that a Horde of Torch Souls? I think it is. Yeah, the Horde of Torch Souls, which is still alive, amazingly. And they have all bounced. So that Horde of Torture Souls is proving quite unkillable at this moment, but I should think by this point extremely damaged. Unless the Well of Souls can put off some brilliant... I think it's the Well of Souls that's unkillable. Anyway, there's some of Paul's armies left in the middle, so that's pretty impressive at this point, frankly. Now we're doing the ultimate kills onto this regiment. There's the 2, and there it is again for the nerve roll. Yep, that regiment got obliterated by Alohi. Oh dear, there's not a lot left. Poor Paul. So he's got Soul Snare, I think a regiment or a horde of Torture Souls in the middle. He's got Basusu. He's still got his larvae at the top with his tokens on, but at this point it doesn't really matter. And he's got his Twisted Victims down the bottom, which is really now the only threat, I think, left in Paul's army. And Elliot's very cleverly manoeuvring things, so of course that every charge will be hindered. And it doesn't matter how good Twisted Victims are, they still hit on 4s. 18 attacks on 4s, crush 1. Crush 1, and there's no Bane Chart left in the army. They aren't going to be able to do anything. Okay. So on to turn 4 now. And Paul thinks that he can see Julius with his Twisted Victims. I think he can see the rear of Julius with his Twisted Victims. But he's going to be damaging him on 5s because Julius is defense 6. Over here is 275 points of defense 6. A dash 16. Yep, so that's a rear charge onto Julius. So that'll be 36, 40, 54 attacks on 4s and 5s. If any of you know maths, please feel free to let me know what 54 attacks on 4s and 5s would be. Well, halve it, 27 hits on 5s. It might kill him. It might kill him. He's got a chance, I think, for the first time. Not the first time. He's got a chance to kill something, which is good. But then he's going to take a couple of charges from other things. So he's going to get both Alohi hordes into him, doesn't matter what he does. But, you know, a rear charge on a expensive unit is tournament points. I think that's what Paul's playing for at this minute. As many tournament points as he can. Other games happening at the moment. We've got George Kirk with his Night Stalkers versus Ed Herzig's Trident Realm. Matt James is against John Gunn, so Matt's Orcs against John Gunn's Abyssals. And we've got Dan Kings facing off against Tom Robinson, which looks very intense. Dan is not enjoying himself in that particular game. We've got Ian Sturgis facing off against Simon Heaney from Scotland. And I can't quite see who is on the table behind them. Okay, so we're just rolling out the some or other. This would be the Well of Souls. I don't think it's going Paul's way, by the look of it. Oh no, this is the attack. I wonder what that was. On the Urolohi. Basusu. So Basusu on the Urolohi, but it looks like he's okay. And is this the nerve roll? Oh, that's one dice. What's he rolling one dice for? Who knows? Oh no, that was there's the Well of Souls managed one hit and one wound. And there's nerve roll. And again. Yeah, Well of Souls has killed the Men-at-Arms Regiment. Excellent work. That's great. Unfortunately, there are a lot of things, and I mean a lot of things left to hit. 2 Elohi hordes and a Men-at-Arms horde. You've got Julius and Samochris and an Elohi. So this will be fun. So this is all the dice. It's the Tortured Souls hitting on the on Julius's rear. Ouch. So the first roll, the first 18 attacks, did 0 wounds onto Julius. He didn't roll a single 5. A single, 5. That is not great. That is not what you want. Oh dear. It's not coming up, Fox. There is a lot of head shaking going on. You can do it, Paul! Yeah, there's some wounds. Oh, he's managed to do some wounds onto Julius. Good man. Second round. Wonder how it's going in the world's slowest game. Abyssal Dwarfs on Abyssal Dwarfs. Golem Hordes on Golem Hordes. It's Rob Phipps versus Simon Cooper. Be interested to see how that one comes out. So he's still rolling out the attacks. Also rolling down his clock. Yep, he got him. He got him. It's a nerve roll, but I heard the shout. First roll and second roll. So yeah, Julius is gone. Look at Elliot slump. So Julius is gone. The undefeatable Titan has been smashed. It's not going to help him, but you know, well done. It's definitely worth doing. He's now going to take 2 charges from. Oh no! Wow. Is that a forest or is that a piece of terrain? I'm just going to go and ask. All right, so that's actually a wood. So there's only one Elohi horde is going to be able to come into the Twisted Victims. However, he has taken that. He's given them a flank. Why on earth? Why on earth would Paul have given him a flank onto the... Okay, well, I don't understand. I don't understand what's going on anymore. So he's given him a flank onto the twisted victim, so they're going to die. That seems to me to be foolish in the extreme, but maybe there was nothing. Maybe there was he couldn't position them further round. Maybe. Anyway, he's done what he's done. I think with that flank onto the twisted victims, that's the end of this game. To be honest. And the tortured souls that were left have taken the flank from the other Elohi, so that's going to be the end of the middle of the army. This is the end of turn 4, and I can't see Paul coming back from that whatsoever. Very nicely played by Elliot. He's got 2 turns now to get that horde of men-at-arms across the centre. He does have Basusu, who's haranguing that Elohi in the middle, but realistically, after this turn, something can fly over and take it, and that's going to be game, I think. I'm calling it now. If you disagree with me, feel free to say so. So I'm very much enjoying the heater that I've got here. It's very nice. Oh, fuck, it's actually so hot. My language. It just burnt my finger on it. That's how hot it is. Might turn it down a little bit. Okay. It's not warming my feet, though. I think we've had a strategic discussion about whether we'd use Sanctuary again for an event like this. And the answer is, in the summer, maybe, if they cleaned it up a bit. So... winter tournament here? Nope. But we are going to try and find a Midlands venue. I'm trying to find a Midlands venue. I think it's really great to have players from Scotland down here, and it would be great to have them again. I think having it down in London would be challenging for some players to get down. Whereas somewhere in the middle is kind of a nice middle ground, so we need to find somewhere to Midlands that has the venue capacity to do a 2-day event. There's Black Dragon Games. Black Dragon's alright, but Hinckley is a bit out of the way, and there's not a lot going on there. So I'm not personally wild on having Masters there, although I like to go there for other tournaments. I would like to go there. I've never been for a tournament, although it's my local shop. So it's just rolling out all of the wounds. There's the nerve. Oh, that wasn't a nerve, that was vicious, I think, from an Elohi horde. Yep, that was the Tortured Souls, one of the last Tortured Souls regiments that's gone. There is still a well of souls there in the middle. What? You guys done? Oh. You've gone for a tea break. Sam Barker's gone off for a tea break. Clearly a very tense game. Against John. How have I forgotten John's name? That's terrible. Quayle. John Quayle. Yeah, and that's the other Torture Souls. Well, the Twisted Victims are now gone. And I'm going to say that is absolutely game. So to summarise, in the centre of the board, we have on Paul's army the Well of Souls, who is now legging it out of lines of sight. There is a Basusu, and all the tokens from Paul are at the top on his Horde of Lava, and there is still a regiment of Torture Souls up there. But Elliot doesn't care. He does not care. He's just going to wander his men-at-arms across the board, pick up the token that's in the middle, and win. And that's how it's going to finish. So I think this is turn 5 now, and there's nothing that he can do. Nothing at all. The Well of Souls can do some life leeching or some draining. Can drain off... I mean, what is it? 10? Yeah, they are chatting, and yeah, the larvae have moved around, and I don't know why Paul has kept those Torture Souls with those larvae at the top. That seems madness to me. No one was going to come up there. It was very obvious from the beginning Elliot was going to ignore them to just come down to win the game. So I think at this point he's just kept the Torture Souls up there because he just wants them to survive, just for the points. If Elliot really cared, he could bring his Elohi over and just start killing them in turn 6, but I don't think he needs to. It's already going to be a really pretty conclusive victory at this point. There's a Bazusu in the middle, but Bazusu is about to be eaten by 2 hordes of Elohi. What's Bazusu's nerve? 14, 16? Nah. Even defense 5? Nah. It's a no from me, Bob. You've got Samochris, you've got 2 hordes of Elohi, and arms. That's Basu. Oh, that's the Harbinger. The Harbinger's still alive. How nice. This Harbinger's still alive. Failed to be killed by that hindered charge from an Elohi. And Basu, who has cowardly legged it. So it's damage limitation at this point, isn't it, really? Try and save as much points as possible, I think. So I think he's just trying to decide whether Basusu can be seen by anything. So interesting, isn't it? That's a turn 2 charge from the Heliquins into that wall of very well prepared infantry. Kind of threw away the game because he needed that unit. Yeah, so Elohi have come up to pick up the token, I assume. Or just to move out of the way from the arms, who are going to go full 10 across the board. It's in the rest of the rest tournament that's here, kind of game day. They're doing a 4,000 points versus 4,000 point battle, giant mass battle on 2 tables joined together. It's quite fun. Here we go. And Elliot literally does not care about the Well of Souls right now. It's pretty funny. There's not a lot that's going on here. Okay. So he's just moving the Elohi out charge arc of the Well of Souls. It's the only unit that can. Oh, Basusu's still punchy, but I don't fancy Basusu's chances against an Urilohi, 2 hordes of Elohi. Don't think it's going to happen, and Samakros as well. With her 3 mighty attacks, that blew off a regiment of tortured souls in one. Let's see, rolling. Lightning bolts, or it might be actually fireball on the Harbinger. There it goes. He's off. He's off. He survived. No, he's off. I didn't think so. That's, another model to the pile. That was the Abyssal Harbinger with his Bane chant. So I think that's it. I think we're on to turn 6 now for Paul. Yep, so he's turning around his Well of Souls. Last ditch attempt to drain some off. Right, so it's the Urla. He has got a token. So he's picked up the token in the middle. So Paul is not giving up, bless him. He's trying to get within drain reach to try and kill the Uralohi. But I don't think he can reach him. How big's the Well of Souls? Monster, height 4, right? So it can see over anyway. So I think the that's not a piece of terrain, by the way. That's so they're kind of centers off those pieces of terrain, so it's like all the trees together you can just pop off. It's quite a nice idea. I like that. I might steal it rather than taking individual trees off. Just take them all off as a kind of a piece. It's good. Paul is nobly playing on. Paul's nobly playing on. He's got 3 things left. Yeah, so it's going to be Elliot versus whoever's... How's the Dan King versus Tom going? I've sent Nick off. Scurrying off. Like a little badger. Dan's still sitting down. Not looking very happy. So I think you might be seeing a Northern King off for the UK Master Championship at the end. Didn't hear it. Tom's got him.
It's not even close.
Really? Is he absolutely decimating him? You said Tom was going to win this year. You said it on live on YouTube.
Yeah, I was wrong.
So it's going to be Tom versus Elliot, a Northern King off for the UK Master.
King off, and I think Tom has the advantage in that one.
Elliot's playing very well, I have to say. 0 mistakes. Very, very good play. So we should be seeing these Alohi again. What time's next? The second, 5th round? 1 o'clock. So 1. Yeah, because we've got an hour, haven't we? I'm lovely and warm. It's really nice. Come join me. Nick's taking photographs of cobwebs. Frozen cobwebs. Next game will be at 12:45 to 1-ish. Yeah? Between 12:45 and 1? Between 12:45 and 1 we might start? I think it will be. The UK Master deciding match. So what was that nerve roll? That nerve roll was Basusu, I think. Turn 7. There is no turn 7. Elliot has won. A very, very conclusive victory. So 4-3. Well done, Elliot. All right, we will be back at 12:45-ish. 12:30, 12:45. All right, we're back. I'm back. Somebody's back. So, not many people on right now, but hopefully you guys will catch up with me. We have Elliot Morrish on the right-hand side of our screen, and we have Tom Robinson on our left. These are two Northern Kings. Two very good players who have played each other a lot, so they know how to beat each other, theoretically. And we've got Undead on the left, ridiculous dragon list. On the right, we've got Elohi, much more balanced Elohi list, it's fair to say. So Tom's army is 3 great Revenants on the Undead Great Flying Worms, 2... Sorry, is that right? Yes, 3 great Undead Flying Worms, 2 regular Revenant on Undead Worms, a Necromancer, 5 zombie regiments, and a regiment of Wraiths with Brewer Strength. And that's it, that's the army. And the problem is that he's just got too many dragons to pay attention to the zombies, and he takes all of the objectives, or in this case, invade, because that's what we're playing, with the zombies while you don't deal with the dragons. So Elliot has got, as we said in the last game, but I should go through it again, he's got a horde of men-at-arms with Life Leech. He's got 2 men-at-arm regiments, 2 Elohi hordes, one with Brewer Strength, one with Caterpillar. He's got Julius and Samachris, the golden pair. He's got a priest with Bane Charge Shroud of the Saint. He's got an Uralohi, and he's got 2 formations. Mr. Williams wandering over. How are we looking? How are we feeling? Feeling good? I know. He's made me promise to make it say Elliot.
Okay.
Sorry. Oh, Rob Fanuff's on the stream.
Oh wow.
Hey, Rob Fanuff. I just got a great interview with Matt James of Rules Committee fame. Really good. We had to stop it halfway while he told me some gossip.
Was it too hilarious?
No, he was gossiping about something. We couldn't talk about it on recording. It was all good.
Stop giggling.
He is. I call him Giggles.
Yep.
Giggles James. Do you want a Pringle? You want me to eat? One sec. That was a slight pause while Nick Williams tells me who he thinks is going to be one and two in this match off. So we have got the Elohi down the bottom that Elliot has deployed opposite one of the on the regular worms with an Elohi horde. I'm just going to have a quick look at where the other things are deployed, and I'll be right back. Okay, so right up the top, then you've got all the men-at-arms. The men-at-arms horde is sitting on that little lake with Samachris and the priest behind. And then all of the other Elohi, all the other men-at-arms are at the top with the men-at-arms regiment. And Julius sitting with them. So Tom has won first turn, which is very, very bad for Elliot because Tom's ability to control the board is somewhat legendary. So you can see he's put one of the regular worms. Oh, I'm sorry, it's 2 greaters and 3 regulars. I have misled you. I think so anyway. Anyway, he's shoved one of them right down the middle, and he's going to put the other one right down the middle as well. And it's what you can do with speed 20 dragons. is just control that board so well. So he's already boxed in at the top of the board, all of that stuff which Elliot is castling right up at the top of that board. And he's put his 2 worms down in the middle to offer threat on the left and the right. They do only hit on 4, so if Elliot's able to use terrain, he may be able to mitigate some of those charges. But in the meantime, Tom hasn't even moved the greater worms. He's got the 2 greater worms. So the 3 greater worms, the lesser worms we see here down the bottom. There's 2 boxing in the Elohi and the Elohi. I think in a straight fight, an Elohi might be able to kill that 1 worm. If he charges it in, he could spend time knocking that off. But Tom will have measured quite well. He's a very clean player. So he's been a little bit more cautious at the top there with the greater worms. He's just moving them so that they are out of the range of the Elohi horde. I think are out of the line of sight, certainly around that piece of blocking terrain. So double dragons in the middle, little dragon on the bottom, worms, and the zombies he doesn't even care about, because that's just his unit strength. Elliot's going to be too busy trying to deal with dragons to worry about the unit strength from the zombies, but they're 2 unit strength each, and they're going to be gently wandering over the board, whereas Elliot really needs to get that horde over the centre of the board for his unit strength. So that's a significant amount of unit strength. It's 3 from there. 3 and 1 of the Elohi regiments, if he can kill 1 of the zombies, might help. But then, unless he plays very poorly, Tom's going to get potentially all 5 of the dragons over the half, and that's an additional 5 unit strength. So, it's very interesting. It'll be a close match. They played each other a lot, and they're very good players. Do you think Elliot's got what it takes to take on the Dragon King? Tom has conclusively smashed every other player he's played today, and these are some of the best players in the UK playing quite gross lists. He was most worried about playing Simon Heaney from Scotland with his Trident Realms, because Trident Realms have got a lot of stuff that can shut down flying, but unfortunately Simon wasn't able to pull it back. He beat John Quayle's Basileans, so very similar list to this, but with more Elohi. Go ahead. And John was the only other person to have beaten this list in its 2,500 point form. So, some careful positioning going on. The other thing about Tom that's quite distracting is he's very fast. There's no umming and ahhing or chatting. He's totally silent, and he just plays very cleanly, very, very quickly. So we're already on to Elliot's turn 2. I think Elliot, I'm not trying to judge it, but I think he's responding to the tension of the way that Tom plays. He's definitely not as relaxed as he was in this last game we saw here against Paul, when he was very chill, he was very in control. He just knows how good Tom can be, and so he's going to be focusing quite hard, but he does look quite tense, I have to say. It's interesting in the top 3 here. We've got, I think, a really hot battle for 3rd place, certainly, and there's a couple of players, Dan King and John Quayle, if they absolutely smash their opponents in this game and Elliot loses very badly, might pip him for 2nd. But it's going to really depend on how close this game is for 2nd place. I don't think anybody can catch Tom unless Elliot really does something extraordinary and destroys this dragon and zombie horde. Then Tom is going to be UK Master for the 2nd time. Having said that, who do you think is bit for the top? Do you think Elliot's got enough? Do you think his flyers will be able to counteract the dragons? I mean, what he's measuring now, he's measuring whether he puts Elohi within the reach of 2 dragons. So he's doing it so that the dragon down the bottom will be in the flank. Nope, not there. So that he won't be able to charge. And I think he's going to probably put the Elohi into that dragon, which is what I said. We'll see. I might be wrong. Frequently wrong. In which case he's banking on a horde of Elohi being able to take a charge from 2 dragons in the front. which they probably can on 4s. So yeah, he's making that move. You're just confirming the lines of sight. So he's placing the Alohi Horde right in the middle there. So the reason he's doing that is so that Revenant on Worm down at the bottom can't flank charge them, can't charge them at all. But he is going to be 2 dragons that could front him, or they could just fly around him. Just measuring whether the Alohi can charge. A tense discussion. Interesting to see 2 very good friends and very, very frequent opponents playing in the deciding match of UK Masters. Oh, Thomas sat down. Breaking news around Thomas sat down, and he's looking pensive. It may look very sunny in this screenshot, in this photograph. Let me tell you, it's still freezing. I've got a lovely radiator next to me here, keeping me warm, which is very nice. Got my cup of coffee. I've got a hat on. If you are listening, please feel free to jump in the chat and say hello, so I don't feel quite so lonely here, just talking on the internet on my own. It's fine. I'm happy. Doing. It's interesting. He's just ignoring the Revenant on the left. I thought he was going to chuck his. I guess he's out 20. Maybe he's out of 20. In which case he's looking about where he could put the Alohi to offer some support. And it really is these decisions at the beginning of the game that will determine how the end turns out. Okay, so in the end, rather than throwing away the Alohi or moving anywhere else, he simply moved him back and turned him so that he can see the combats and can come in and support. The plan is really to hold that worm on the left. The bottom of the screen to hold it in position, stop it flying over, stop it putting itself in a position so if it comes anywhere nearer, the Alohi will be able to come in. So it'll be interesting to see what Tom does with that on the next turn. For the crisp fans among you, I have refreshed my sauce of Pringles and I'm now got ready salted. Or original. I know this is the hot content that people are tuning in to hear. Not, who's going to win between this Bastillane and Undead Force, but what flavour of Pringles am I eating? They're delicious. And mainly because they didn't have sour cream and onion in the shop. Very disappointing. So at the top here, Ed is moving his Horde of Alohi into this pond, this bit of terrain. Point being that there is another worm there pointing down, and there's 2 greater flying worms at the top that can't see him because of the blocking terrain. So again, he's defending against the idea of these guys flying over, so he's got Samacris there behind. Is Samacris chargeable by that worm? I don't know. I assume if she is, then Elliot will be moving her. Yeah, there you go. So he's moving Samochris back. So that's some really some insurance against the other worm hopping around the back, because at this point the men-at-arms horde and the two regiments are really trapped in there. There is the potential the two greater worms can just fly over the top. So Elliot's trying to put things in place so that they can't do anything nasty as soon as they come in. There is a lot of surge in the army. So one of the things Tom might do is throw zombies into the front of those men-at-arms to stop them surging. And there is a regiment of wraiths in that little bank at the top as well. And that's really Tom's only punchy unit that isn't a dragon. And it's very, very surgical. I don't think it's got enough in that regiment of wraiths to kill pretty much anything in Elliot's army in one go, though. So it would need to be a multi-charge with a dragon for that to happen. Yeah, Timo. Well, I think if Elliot has signed up for it, he's going to come. I think both him and Nick have signed up to come to a German tournament. I remember the one I saw them posting about it. Yeah, he's a super, super nice guy. Nick, behind you. Have both you and Elliot signed up to that German tournament? It's just Elliot. That German tournament.
Yes.
Are you both going? It's just the two of you, or?
So far, just the two of us.
So you and Timo Plack has said that it would be nice to play such a dude. He's talking about Elliot, not you.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you don't want to play Nick Williams. He's an absolute tool.
He is. I can absolutely vouch for that.
He's not. You're going to go and spread some European love around. I like it. Not in that way. Go back to your laptop.
We're definitely intending to go. So we've not finalised flights or anything like that. But
Cool.
we are definitely. Unless anything.
Yeah, unless anything like natural disasters happen.
Yep.
Or Brexit ruins our passports. They'll be there, Timo. You're going to have two excellent players from the UK. Well, one excellent player and Elliot Morris. Sorry, what's going on in the game? Oh yeah, so he's just moving towards Samochris is in a position to offer some defence. So back to Tom. We're now into turn 3. Turn 3? Turn 2. Turn 2. So he's now popped up onto the hill. I wonder why. What's he doing? Right, so he's just making sure he can... Alright, so he's making sure he can see the back of that Elohi horde. Right. You see what he's doing there was making sure that when or if the Elohi charged into the front of the dragon, on the bounce back, because this is version 2, he'd be able to bounce and go in and turn once and go into the rear of the Elohi. So he's taken one dragon into the front of the Elohi to pin them down, and the other dragon is now on the flank. So the issue we now have, if you're Elliot, is that you've got a horde of Elohi. He can almost certainly kill one dragon, or he can make a bloody good job of killing that one dragon. Or can he? They are vicious, but they're only crushing one because they're going to lose their Thunderous. And then the next turn, he's going to have a flank from one dragon and a rear from another, no matter what Elliot does. That is challenging. And here come the zombies, just wandering across the board because Elliot's not had enough time to do anything about them. It is really scary playing against somebody who can just use flyers this well. And on those little 50 bases, that's just very difficult to do anything about, I'd say. So now Tom's looking to jump one of his dragons all the way over the mountain. So moving 20 into a kind of a black spot where potentially nothing might be able to see him. Yep, there's one. Right over the back. And turned round. So he's gone 20 and turned. He's now behind all of Elliot's units with a lovely view down the back of them, particularly that Elohi horde. Not a good place to be. And the big flyer is next, I think. There's another zombie regiment wandering forwards. So the big flyer is coming over. It's one of the great ones. This one's got, I think, Blade of Slashing or something. An item. He just moved over. So he's looking at, can he get the dragon into that space and out of line of sight of the Elohi? And I think he's deciding that he can. And then more little... Oh, there's the Wraith right at the top of the screen. Are they going to do anything interesting? We shall see. Nope. They are moving backwards. Just noticed that Bob Nelson is apparently watching this on his TV and doesn't like my Pringles chat. Wow. Special get stuff to you, Bob Nelson. It's nice to be on. So if you've just joined us... Oh, here's some attack. So this is the dragon in the front of the Elohi, I think. And then Wind's going, there's a nerf check. They're okay. So the dragon has bounced, which is fine as far as Tom's concerned, because he's got bounced from the front, and now he can do what the bloody hell he likes with them. So over to Elliot for turn 2. Let me just write a rude message on Facebook to Bob Nelson. So here's the decisions. What can he do to mitigate the 3 dragon attack on 1 Elohi horde? Not a lot, maybe. Don't know. Frankly, at this point, I'm just glad that I'm not playing him. He's literally gone, yeah, I don't know what to do there, I'll do something else. That's what I do. You're playing it like that, I really don't want to steal on this flank. I'll go and do the other flank, because that's easier. Okay, so this is valid, right? So at the top, Elliot just needs to get his unit strength across the board. And he particularly needs to get out from behind that piece of blocking terrain because it's going to limit his maneuverability and also his ability to cover his flanks or his rears with all those dragons. So if he can get through, so he's got wraiths there and he's got 2 zombie regiments and a wraith, and there's the necromancer. So he needs to get through that side with all of his unit strength. He's got, oh, he's changed his mind there. He's got a horde and 2 regiments. So altogether that's 4, 6, 8 unit strength. That's significant. If you can get that across and keep it alive to the end of the game, bearing in mind this is turn through 2. I want to say turn 2. Maybe turn 3. I'm just going to check. turn 2. So bearing in mind that it's turn 2, he's got another 4 turns to try and keep those hordes alive. It's going to be tough, the horde and the 2 regiments, but that's still 8 unit strength, so his priority is going to be protecting that. And realistically, everything else doesn't really matter that much, because to push that horde and those regiments through, he's going to kill some of Tom's unit strength. So I think that's an interesting situation to be in. It's definitely not hopeless. And really thinking about it, Elliot's strategy is kind of sound in his deployment. So he knows that Tom would have to deploy at least 3 dragons to deal with the Alohi. So by sticking all of his stuff up behind that piece of terrain at the top, he's got a lot of stuff to prevent surges or bad surges. So while Tom's been able to get a dragon over the back and around the side, they're not looking the right way yet. Wraiths can fly though. This is version 2, so Wraiths are flying speed 10. So if he pushes the horde forward too far, Tom's going to be able to do the old hop over, turn around, surge trick, and then he's got a rear charge from Wraiths, which nobody wants. Hence the cautiousness. So there's a fiddly faddling going on here. So I think what this is positioning against the dragon that's behind him. I'm not sure if Ella's been forced to turn those units round or not. Can't quite tell from here. And he's still fiddling with them. He's in, as you can see. So now he's seeing whether he can do hop overs as well. Now if he does hop his Alohi to there, Tom will be able to surge zombies into the flank of them. It's not necessarily that bad, but if they are grounded, then if those dragons have turned around, there's nothing to back them up. That could be dangerous. I'm just going to go and check where he's put his Basilian men of arms. Hold on. Yeah, so he's turned around one regiment of men at arms and left the other one facing forwards. He's pushed the horde forward with Julius together against the Wraiths and the 2 zombie regiments. And he's got Samachris at the back there. He's with the Alohi. He's bringing them forward, so they're out of line of sight of that dragon, who now can't see anything. And he's directly facing the other dragon. So he's kind of saying, go on then, charge me. Do your worst. because then the men-at-arms will be able to rear charge the dragon when it bounces, so that's pretty sound. There'll be a lot of dancing around in this game with all the flying. It's not the kind of play that I really enjoy, if I'm being honest. To play, to watch it's fascinating, but it's too much to think about. There's so much going on. And if you're, if you're as good as Tom or as Elliot, then you will capitalize on any mistake that your opponent makes. All right, so I think he's done. He's happy-ish, or as happy as you can be with his positioning. And now he's rolling, I think these are as a fireball from Samochris onto the dragon. Yep, some damage. But the nerve check is fine, because these dragons are ridiculous. I think they're an 1820. It's madness. Okay, and this is the attacks from the Elohi into the dragon. So this will be interesting. This will be quite a deciding combat. If he can kill this dragon in one, it makes things a lot easier on the left flank. Not perfect, because he's still going to get double dragoned. There's some wounds. Nope, he has bounced. He has bounced. That is bad news, because there's the ridge, there's the rear. So that Elohi regiment is gone. Horde is gone, rather. He's taking a rear from that dragon. It's going to be 7 or 8 wounds, and a front as well. It's another 4 or 5. And they've already got the damage from the first attack. So that was a high risk. I suppose it was reasonably high risk, but everything in this game is high risk. But that's going to decide that left flank, I think, because I don't think that he's only got an Elohi against 3 dragons now. Bad times. I think Elliot really needed to kill that dragon in one. He just couldn't get the spiky dice that he needed. And he's going triple charge, I think, into the men-at-arms. No, what he okay? So he's put both zombies, one zombie into the men-at-arms, one zombie into Julius. And then, okay, that's the wraiths have come around the side. I think maybe he's planning to do the flyover move, or maybe a surge. I don't know. There's another zombie regiment. It's wandering forwards. So the point of that zombie regiment is it's out of the line of sight of Julius. I think what's quite scary about watching Tom play is how quick he is. Like I said, and think about moves, and he's already planned it all out. He's just literally just going but. Right, you'll go. That's unnerving, I think, to play against if you're not used to it. Elliot will be used to it. We assume. So at this point, Tom doesn't even care about the Elohi down the bottom, because the Elohi horde is, unless he gets horrific dice, absolutely going to go. So the Elohi is really going to be taken care of by those 2 dragons once they've taken care of that horde. So he's bringing them over to support. The amount of fly speed 10 is really a little bit scary. So it looks like he's looking about where Julius can land. If Julius flies out from his current predicament. Didn't even realise I was sniffing Janice. Sorry. I've stopped now.
Move over.
You coming to join me?
I'm not going to commentate.
Oh, I'll get some. I'll give you a microphone. I've got a second microphone.
Oh.
Nick Williams has come to join me.
I'm going to sit next to you.
You're going to sit next to me next to my. This is the radiator you want, isn't it?
Yes.
It's not me.
No one wants you.
No one wants me. Apparently, I was sniffing a lot on the live stream. That's not nice for anyone, is it?
No.
Sitting there sniffing away.
It'd be worse if someone was sat there going. Just next to the mic.
Oh.
Webcam.
Sorry, I've disconnected the webcam, everyone. It'll be back on shortly. The light's on yet.
So you can half blame me for that.
It's definitely Nick Williams' fault. We're back on. John Fox is calling him L. This is all your fault. Formally, his name is not L. It is Elliot. This is a joke.
His missus calls him L.
It is a joke, inverted commas, from his friends. But it is chilly. It's not chilly if you're sitting next to a radiator, but it is chilly. So, that Elohi horde is absolutely screwed at the bottom.
Fuck.
He had one chance
Not
to
that
kill
I'm
that
biased.
dragon. Not that you're biased. I don't think they can hear you. I'm just going to mute the microphone while I eat some more crisps. Loki horde at the bottom is got rear charge. Good, he didn't kill the dragon in one go, which is what he needed to do. This Erlo, he's too far out. This one over here is now coming up. The sunlight is really bad actually. Can't
Yeah.
quite see.
Your lens needs cleaning.
It's fine. It's better now.
What I need to do is stand behind the camera, wave my arms about so you can get some darkness in there and see what's going on.
This is the 30 attacks on the Elohi horde. Oh, Tom's helpfully pointing at things for the camera. Good boy, Tom. He's done this before, hasn't he? Talking about James before, he says he's never won a game when he's being live streamed. It's always when it's on top table, and every time he live streams, he loses.
Come on, Elliot.
It's like to say, if Tom watches us back, your friend Nick Williams just said, "Come on, Elliot."
He didn't. Well, I also don't want Elliot to lose by much.
Yeah. So Nick's vested interest as the TO here is that he wants. Oh, that's the Elohi horde gone. We were hoping for a double one there. That is kind of game defining, really. There's very little he can do now. I mean, he does have a hope. If he punches through these units at the top with his men-at-arms horde and gets them across with his men-at-arms regiments across as well, that's 8 unit strength, 7 unit strength. If he can just kill one dragon and a couple of, because those units are unit strength as well,
Yeah.
then he's within reach of a draw. But he needs to keep both of the men-at-arms regiments alive, and that's going to be really tough because they're so fragile against dragon attacks like that.
As opposed to everything else in the game, which is, really resilient against dragons.
Dragons to the front on 4s isn't great.
No.
And there's enough units he can encircle himself, literally encircle the wagons.
Yep.
He's still got Julius, he's still got Samochris, and he's still got one horde of Elohi. And in the last game,
It's not as bad as you're saying then.
No, it's just one horde of Elohi. He's always lost.
Yeah. Oh,
But now there's 3 dragons flying free.
fine.
The official view.
L can handle that.
L can handle that. Is
Yep.
the official view from UK number. What are you, 2? 7? 14?
Oh, I'm way down the rankings now.
Oh yeah. The infamous Nick Williams. Rubbish player of Kings of War. That's a lot of dice he's rolling. That must be the zombies. Unless he managed to get a flank off with his wraiths. With his wraiths. Where are those damage tokens going on? They are going on to the men-at-arms horde.
Of course, Padley's named front and centre of the best armies. Of course.
He loves it.
He's rolling.
You won't be able to see it on there.
He
So the horde is now with, and the game is over.
Oh. Oh, wow, okay. So he... What was it? Just zombies and wraiths all in? 2 zombies, 1 wraith in. So Wraith Regiment and the zombie regiments went into the horde and he double 6 wavered it. And Elliot just said, game over. That is unfortunate dice. Very unfortunate dice. We were just saying that Elliot's really only his hope was to punch through those regiments with the men-at-arms. And now he can do absolutely nothing. Simon Heaney.
Yeah.
That's interesting. But then, to be fair, against a flying army, Simon Heaney's army is the worst nightmare. What's it called? Trident Realm army with all that siren and all that kind of stuff.
It's got all the unit strength.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's a very good player, and he's got an anti-flyer army.
If Simon wins, then Elliot's still got second place.
Ah.
If John wins...
Who's 4th and by how many points? I need to look up the table. So Simon's on 71.
Yeah.
And John's on 74.
Okay, I thought the gap.
So there is still a potential leapfrog.
There is
leapfrog from 4th to 2nd.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's all to play for. So wow, that is some quite strong sunlight. This is what you play in a church. You get beautiful light. Not where you want it, but you get beautiful light.
Yeah. I think I prefer a door that closes.
This is the light of Basileia, flying down upon the board to give Elliot strength in his moment of need. He's got a wavered horde at the top of the board.
I don't think it's helping him.
He doesn't look happy. At least you can say it's dice now. And all these dragons swooping over. So he sent the...
So...
Is that the Urtila he's gone into the back of that dragon?
I think so.
So he might take off a dragon.
Which is a tournament point.
Yes, 1 tournament point is good. Sorry for sniffing there, Janice. Apologies.
So in his shoes, what I would be... He kind of knows... Certainly his opinion, he thinks that he's lost the game. But in Nolan King's system, you always have ways of claiming back victory points.
Yeah.
So he's going for kills and units in the opposing half.
Yeah. So if you didn't hear that, Nick's just saying that in Elliot's mind he's lost. So what he's going to be playing for is tournament points because there are plenty on offer, and second place can still be his if he gets enough. So in the Northern King system we're playing under, units over the halfway line gives him points, and kills give him points. So if he can kill anything, that will help him. But if he can't, then it's going to be getting units over the other half, over the half. The problem is that what I was saying earlier, he's played cannily in putting his horde and stuff on the other side of that rock, but he needs to clear the rock. Yeah. Otherwise, he's got that giant horde just sitting there. Yeah. And he can heal it up all day because he's got plenty of heal. But he's going to be needing to use Samachris to defend against some of the dragons, not just heal. He's also got a dragon behind, a dragon in the flank, and 3 more dragons on the way. So he needs to be quick in sorting out that horde. He can probably survive another turn of combat, but the race can now do the jump over and turn. Unless he puts one of the men-at-arms regiments nicely in the right position to stop it.
bit further back and it'd stop it.
Yeah.
Or anything behind will stop them.
Pretty much.
How... What turn are they on?
3. Yeah.
Yeah, if it was towards the end of the game, I would...
Actually, it's still Elliot's turn too. He's still
Wow.
it might be 3. No, it's 3. It's Elliot's turn 3 now. Yeah. They need to use bigger turn dice down on this mountain at the bottom so I can tell. I'm just reading the Facebook messages because Jan and Bob are watching this on their TV. Hi, Jan and Bob. We miss you.
Could you be any more camp?
I couldn't be any more camp. No, I am the campus straight in the village. So Janice was complaining about me, ish. Complaining how I was sniffing on the webcam. She says, "Just shows how cold it is. Bless you. Kiss, kiss." Don't sniff into my microphone as if it's me. That was you. And we talk about sponsorship opportunities. So this episode of UK Masters is sponsored by Nick Williams Underpants. Support where you need it, when you need it. No.
Should I get them out on screen?
I very much don't want to see your underpants as well.
Oh, I've got a spare pair in me thing. I could put them in front of the camera.
I can put a little box in here to show us from this camera, showing me and you.
No.
I'm going to do it quickly.
No.
Let's see if I can add it in.
Don't make me do
No, you
that.
see, I know you can't move, which is
Yeah,
brilliant.
That's not good.
You're going to have to stay there. Where are we?
Oh, I hate you.
Video capture device. Create new.
I hate you.
No, create new.
Oh, look, it doesn't recognise it. Oh, dear.
Here we go.
Doesn't recognise it.
Bollocks.
Oh, that's really warm.
I tell you what. It's toasty. Oh, no, I've added it. Which one have I added? This one? Or this one? No, it's this one. Take this one off. This is fascinating. While they're sitting debating about what to do. Let's try again. Can't be bothered to find out now.
Good.
To be honest, my enthusiasm for putting my face onto the screen has evaporated because it's too much effort. I haven't got a mouse. Touchpads are nightmares, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, look, there's something happening on the table. Is it so exciting?
It's in the sunlight that we can't see.
No, he's turned his Elohoi horde around. He's rotating and rotating and rotating.
Yep.
Which is the last thing you want to be doing.
See, I think...
So Nick's theory is that he's positioning the Elohoi so that then if the dragons jump over behind him, he can just flee with them right over the other side of the board and get the tournament point for them. And also deny Tom a tournament point, which at this point is pointless because Tom can...
Well, yeah.
I think Tom needs 11 tournament points to win or something. So
We just needed to not lose badly.
exactly, which he's not going to. See how good friends they are about how many tournament points he lets Elliot have. Do you see that kind of gamesmanship at this level? I don't think Tom's got a heart, has he? That's the problem.
No.
He wants the most smashing victory possible. What a git.
Tom will go all out. indication that there was any sort of match fixing, I would adjust their scores
Oh,
accordingly.
you heard it here live that if we detect even a snifter of any match fixing, they both get 0, and everybody else wins. I think I saw some then.
Not necessarily 0, but their scores would be adjusted.
Yeah, I think that's it's not even in question. They're both very fair players.
Yeah.
And also Tom's a complete bastard.
He is that.
Even worse, the Urlo, he's just bounced off the flank of that dragon. So Elliot is really not getting the dice he needs in this. He's managed to do nothing and kill nothing. He's just bouncing, which is unfortunate. So he has... That was Julius, I think, going to one of the zombies, who has bounced. So it's bouncing all over the shop. So here we go, triple charge again. So Wraiths, zombies, back into the horde.
It's against the Revenant King.
He
Still
got
wasn't enough to break it. Fritz wavered it.
the one down
But
the bottom.
Tom has another one in reserve.
So that's interesting. So with the Uralohi down the bottom. So the dragon down the bottom, the Uralohi has he double six wavered him. Not enough to kill him, but he is wavered. But then the other dragons just popped happily back in. So he's got 2 dragons in various states of undress. However, if that dragon bounces, the Uralohi can reverse and come into the other dragon. So there is, because in version 3 he wouldn't be able to see him.
No.
In version 2, because you get the bounce back, he will. So I think he may kill a dragon. That would be very exciting for everyone. Go on, Elliot. You can do it.
You can do stuff.
The adoring public are cheering you on. You're welcome, Jose Maria, ASD. And yeah, I think quite a lot of these players will be at Franticon. I'm hoping to be at Franticon on the Sunday, if I can get there. Please come and say hello to me if you do. It very much depends on how many wife points I have at that particular time.
John Simon's game is just reversed from what I saw earlier.
Oh, so John has reclaimed the
John's
advantage.
mopping up.
Ah, interesting. I like games like that when it goes back and forwards. Are you going to Franticon?
Yes.
Ah, Jose Maria, you will also see Nick Williams and Elliot Morris at Franticon. Oh, the whole weekend?
Yep. I think that might be the debut of my new Night Stalker army.
Whoa, Nick's bringing his filthy Night Stalkers. I think if I can come, I'm coming on the Sunday.
Cool.
But it depends on
Come on schedule, do you?
Hmm?
You come on schedule, do you?
On a schedule. What do you mean? Oh, you gross. You know this is on the internet, right?
Yeah, it's on your accounts. If you get banned, it's your accounts.
I'm going to tell you about my schedule now. Martin Rabon says, that's what we like to hear. Bring everyone.
Yep.
Ah. Hi, Martin.
Hello, Martin.
Hello from Nick. Oh, George Kirk has a rules query.
Oh,
No, he's not. He's going to go and buy a cup of tea. We were very excited there for a moment. It's actually, he's going to get a cup of tea. He looks tense.
I thought I had something to do.
Yeah. That's the problem when you TO a tournament full of people who've been playing all year.
Yeah.
No rules queries. Do you have a couple? A couple of queries, mostly lines of sight and stuff, right?
Yeah. Questions, but as in, can you make a call?
Yeah, make a decision. Can this unit see this unit?
Yeah.
Usually it's yes, they can. Stop whinging.
Yes, once, no, the other.
Yes, well, there you go. Hot news here. 50-50 rules decision split from Nick Williams. He's so fair. Fairness is his motive. And look, it's such a piss take. And these zombies in the middle are like that.
Strength for us.
Just kind of wandering over the centre of the board like a bunch of badly painted zombies. There
We're
they.
almost there, only because.
It's just not fair, is it? But he's checking the lines of sight, so that's important. Jeez.
Right, I'll make a sweet treat round.
Oh, Jose Maria says, revenge maybe. I played with Nick at Cock this year. Always a pleasure. He's one of the Spanish players he plays.
Ah,
Did
yeah.
did you beat Nick Williams? Because let me say, it's a familiar sensation for us all.
Yes, he
But
did.
he did beat you.
Is he the Wraiths guy?
Jose, are you the Wraiths guy? Or are you the who's the other one you played? Did you play two Spanish players or one? Just the one. Nick can't remember past last week at this point.
No. Nick is struggling.
So he beat you. In which case, Nick is coming for you, Matt. He's gonna bring his Night Stalker pain to you. Is it lightning bolt spam or is it
I'm not saying.
hard?
Not on stream, it's a secret.
It's a secret.
All I'll say is that this list beat Adam Padley's 3rd edition list hands down with him having hot dice.
This list beat Adam Padley's 3rd edition list without hot dice. But he's
No, Adam had hot dice.
Adam had to with hot dice on Adam's side
Yeah.
with poor dice.
And
Well,
it was very nearly a tabling.
very nearly a tabling. Again, tabling Adam Padley, a familiar sensation to me. I have a T-shirt that I'm never wearing again.
OP Stalkers.
Vampire guy from Snake Eyes.
Hey up, Padders.
Hey,
Vampire guy,
Padley's on
yes.
stream. What's up, Adam Padley?
Padley, on a scale of 1 to 10, how disgusting is my list?
So, I didn't hear that, Adam. Nick's asking you on a scale of 1 to 10, how disgusting is his list of Night Stalkers? And also, when are you going to stop chickening out of playing me like you did 3 weeks ago? Huh? 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 Fear is a powerful motivator. Also, how's your little baby? Aww. Sorry, what's happening in the game? 15 out of 10, he says. All right, what's happening? So it looks like, yep, the dragon did bounce off the Erlohi at the bottom. And these are all the dice. So these are the Wraiths and 2 zombie regiments going into the Wavered Basilean Horde. Now, they're not going to hit. In fact, 2. Oh no, quite a lot of them hit. Jeez. That must have been a rear charge from the Wraiths, I think. He's flown them over and rear charged with the Wraiths. That's not looking good. Is the Horde off? No, the Horde is not off.
15 out of 10 on disgustingness.
Yeah. How have you painted that many units? I now know. No, stop. That's the wrong one. You've now put the telephone on. Here's a nerve roll. And I think the Horde is okay. Yep, the Horde is okay. It survived another round. Even with a dragon into it by the look of it. Oh, I think the dragon might have gone into Julius. Let me tell you, I'm going to have a quick look at the state of play. You do your sweets round. Be right back. This is turn 4, Adam. So, game update. Because of the bounce with the double 6, Julius took a rear charge from Wraiths and has died. The priest died. So the dragon went into the priest. He did a 3 damage and then he rolled a 9 twice. So the priest is down. However, the Elohis have now gone into one of the zombie regiments, and the worm at the bottom did bounce off the Elohi. Actually, it's not the dice-wise. This has very much not got Elliot's way. So in some turn 2 and 3 stuff, Elliot very much needed his Elohi horde to kill a dragon in one go, one of the lower dragons, and he bounced. Then Tom double six the horde of men at arms, which is still alive, but that was Elliot's trump card was to get that horde of men at arms through the zombies and the wraiths on the top, so he gets unit strength across the board. As it is, he's now just playing for points, as many points as he can get, I think, at this stage, because it's a little bit tense and sticky at the top. And in exciting snack news, I'm halfway through my tube of Pringles. I know you're excited to know, but Nick's just left a box of cookies and of flapjacks in front of me. Oh, he's come to eat them himself. It's not for me. I thought it was for me. It's not for me.
Nope.
It's for Nick to snack on.
Oh,
I hope you heard that wrench of pain from Nick there. Poor bloke. Ugh. I'm lactose intolerant. Enjoying these flapjacks. It's going to be a horrible day tomorrow. Oh, Finny faddling around at the top there. He's trying to work out anything he can do.
we need them to be doing all the action at the bottom half of the table. Shall I tell them to move everything down?
No, we swap it around. Just rotate the table 180 degrees.
Let's mirror the board. It's fine. Nothing could go wrong there.
There is an exciting combat down there. The Elohi has now flank charged that dragon, so he's going to get one dragon.
Possibly. Dice.
Dice is a thing, but
So he will probably get a dragon and a victory point for.
the
So that'll
Elohi,
be
yeah.
2 points there.
He's going to kill that zombie regiment in the middle with the Elohi,
That's another. That'll be another tournament point.
and then those Elohi may well survive if they fly over.
Yeah, sorry, that's what I was meaning. That the Elohi may
Yep.
score and get a tournament point there.
Definitely. If anyone's interested, the first episode of Countercharge from Masters, as in yesterday's episode, is now up already, because we're that efficient. So I think Elliot's rolling out the zombie combat, by the look of it. That was a good amount of damage. Here's an overroll 1. Nope. He cannot get the luck. Oh, and he didn't. He got them. My bad. He got them. Couldn't see it was in that patch of sunlight, so he's managed to kill a regiment of zombies. And look, he's going to come down the table to kill the other one. So he's turned downwards.
Okay, cool.
So he's going to start wiping out unit strength.
Yep.
All is not lost.
Exactly.
It's very exciting. All is lost, but I think
It's not. You just said all is not lost.
he's buggered. So Elliot pulling things back from the jaws of defeat.
Shouldn't give up,
Never give up.
especially with Northern King scoring.
Northern King scoring, marvelous thing.
Never give up, never surrender. Grabthar's hammer. You shall be avenged.
By whose hammer? You leave your hammer out of this.
Grabthar's hammer.
Grabthar, I love Grabthar. That's a lot of attacks. That must be the men at arms finally waking up. That looks like a good 30 attacks.
Yeah. You not seen Galaxy Quest?
Oh yeah, that's a long time ago though. I've not seen that
Such
for
a good
while.
film.
Oh.
Amazing.
That was
It's one of the best Star Trek films.
that was his life leech because he's got the life leech on him. So he's life leeched a point of damage back off and here you go, Nerve. Yep, that's another zombie regiment gone.
See, he's taking it. Tom just throws it.
You see him actually, Tom. Just frisbeed a zombie regiment.
Oh, laughing.
So with the heal he's got up there, the priest is
taking
gone.
Units off.
How much heal has Samacris got? Heal 7. He's got decent heal up there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Has he got a feat? Taking units off. You're saying all is lost, but he's taken all of Tom's unit strength off.
He's taken off 2
And
zombie
if the men at arms
regiments.
are still there,
That's unit strength. I think
lot of
both
units.
men at arm regiments are still there, possibly. I think one might have gone. Don't know. Will you let me know? Nick's gone on an investigative journalist jaunt. Even more exciting news. I've just found I've got a sausage roll left over from lunch that I didn't eat yet. This is amazing. What's the news?
He's got 4 down the men at arms regiment left.
1 men at arm regiment.
Yeah.
So 1 men
And
at arms regiment is gone.
Penitents.
Penitent?
Oh, maybe he's got 2 men at arms then.
No, it's 2 men at arms. So all
Yeah.
3 of his infantry regiments
Yep.
are still alive.
And they're stopping Tom from moving pretty much his remaining unit strength across the board.
Yeah. Because that zombie's regiment's going to go from these. But if he's not stupid, he'll turn that dragon round. But it depends if this bottom dragon dies. I think it's bounced though.
He's not charged the dragon.
With the Urlo, he's just moved out of the way.
I think so.
That's interesting. No, I think he could. No, there was another dragon there, but he's killed it. There was a dragon down the bottom. There was 2. There's only 1 there now. I can see.
On that hill?
Yeah, on that bottom hill, there was a dragon, a second dragon, and that's gone. The Urlo, he killed it in the flank.
Oh, he's not turned the Urlo if that's what he's done. I don't think so. Because the Urlo.
Oh no, you're right. There's both. Yeah, both dragons are still there. Because there's another one here. There, the dragon.
Yeah.
So he's actually just flown out of charge arc.
Yeah, he's trying to save the model.
Unit strength.
What
Yeah.
is it? Is it Samacris or?
No, it's Elohi. Just
Yeah,
a plain
I
Elohi.
wouldn't settle into that grind myself because Tom would just turn around.
Double dragon. Oh, it's Wraith Railgun time.
Oh,
So
Tom.
Tom's turned his Wraiths around because he's realised that if he moves everything out of the way, he can surge into the rear of the Elohi horde in the middle. He needs 12 inches.
This may be a mistake for Tom.
He needs 12 inches and he's got 4 surges. So he's got 3 dragons and a necromancer. I haven't got it here.
6.
Necromancer's 6. Dragons are 8.
The other way around, it's 8 and 6.
8 on the necro, is it? 6 on the dragons. 6, 12, 18, 24. Surge 24 to make 12 inches of surge. You said this might happen.
50.
You said he's going to just not be able to resist the urge.
Because if he's turning everything around from that corner, that's giving Elliot a chance to beat Tom's units there and move his unit strength into the other half.
Yeah. Yeah, so if he's ignoring the men at arms for the chance of getting in the rear on the Elohi horde, which I understand because there's unit strength in the middle he's trying to protect.
Yep.
But this could go interestingly. But Tom has the ability to pull dice out of his arse.
It might be a hindered charge as well.
Yeah, it'd be a hindered charge, but it'd be triple attacks in the rear
On 5s.
on 5s. Yeah,
That's not that good.
and then they lose their fly and there's 2 dragons coming on the other side. That's the first surge. Whoop. Second surge. 2 surges. So 22-inch surge. So yeah, he's managed the surge. So there's a 22-inch bubble on the board that Elliot can't be in. So he's managed to surge right the way across the board into the rear of the Alohi. But Nick doesn't think this is such a bad thing necessarily, because now.
No, I do think it is now. The fact he made the surge, I think.
You should have seen the look
Well,
on Tom's face.
Like I say, it may well help Elliot out on Elliot's right-hand flank. Because it's drawing units away, and it's units that are holding Elliot up on that flank.
Yeah, so he's taking a unit out of the way, but there is still a dragon there that's holding him up, so. We'll see. When the Alohi will. Elliot, is it hindered? There's a hindered rear from Race. Yep, 36 attacks on 5s and 3s. So that's going to be 12, 10 damage. 8 or so damage. The Alohi are undamaged, so I'm not sure that's going to work.
This turn, he would have to roll well to take them off this turn.
I think he just wanted to do it because it was cool.
Yeah.
And he knows it's on stream, so he wants to show people his zombie railgun on stream. So let's not talk about it.
So the weather today is
it's very chilly but
cold.
sunny. Sunny but chilly.
Yes.
Well, at least the action's moved away from the top of the board where we can't see anything because of the sun glare.
Oh, I think there's some score sheets to come in.
Oh, so one of the matches finished. So that was Sam Barker versus what Ian Sturgis looks like. So that's Orcs.
You're going to start tingling now.
Sorry about that. Oh, I've got smelly fingers. The microphone.
After stroking my ass.
I've just given Nick's back a rub, and now I've got deep heat all over my fingers. 4 damage. So the rear from the race to a 4 and a double 1. He did 4 damage and then a double 1. Amazing. Well, it was worth doing for laughs. That's why.
Oh, but how are you?
Oh, I'm good, man. How are you?
Commentating, are you?
Yeah, we are live right now to a massive total of
Live
12
on the
people.
stream, 12 people.
Ian Sturgis has come to join me. So we just, for laughs, he's just surged 22 inches his wraith into the rear of some Alohi, did 4 damage and bounced with a double 1.
Doesn't surprise me.
So it was
They're
terrible.
wraiths, they're not hammers.
No.
Although didn't he give his wraiths the plus strength?
Yeah.
Oh,
Brewer
it's
strength.
okay.
Brewer strength. So it's on 3s, 5s and 3s. 36 damage, 5s and 3s.
Special dice, that is.
Yeah. Well, it was hindered charge.
Ah, that's why I hit 5.
But he always went for it at laughs. But what's happened now is all of Elliot's foot infantry at the top I can finally take forward because Tom double 6 wavered them just at the wrong time. But apart from that, it's gone really poorly for him. So these are 2 dragons in the middle. We've got Alohi at the bottom. How did your last game go?
Played Sam. He's kind of weren't a great matchup.
Sam's Orcs.
Yeah, weren't a great matchup for Sam, and I double 6 one of his dragons when I did like 1 or 2 wounds as well.
Ooh.
So it was like, I mean, we didn't have a turn 7 or I'd have tabled him, but yeah, that meant that.
That put you at 3 and 2.
In a way, I'm glad they didn't. I got 23 out of it.
That's good. That put you in 3 and 2 or 3 and 1?
Puts me at 3 and 2. The other game I lost was a turn 7 roll after I'd clocked. Otherwise, I would have won the game.
That's a killer, isn't it?
So yeah, that cost me 8 tournament. Let me get this right.
They froze
it cost
one
me
sec.
13 tournament points.
Ouch! It's
Yeah.
got to put you down. One sec. So my video's frozen.
'cause it won him the game and got rid of all my, obviously all my
Yeah.
token scores.
Yeah.
Video's down. Oh, sorry, mate.
No, it's all right. The camera doesn't like.
Don't like the sunlight.
Oh, I've not plugged it back in again. That's probably why. You plug it in the USB for me. There we go. We're back on. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen.
Blame me.
Yeah, I blame you for a lot of. I
Everybody
blame. I blame Ian Sturgis for most things in my life. Adam Padley's watching. There we are. We're back on.
You're right, Padders.
Sturge says hello.
You can hear me, right?
I do. I don't know. So this is Men at Arms for the look of it. That's a lot of dice. So what's interesting is now Elliot started to take off Tom's unit strength,
Okay.
and he's still got his horde, and he's still got a regiment at the top. So it's definitely not a done deal because Tom's lost a couple of zombies. He's going to lose a dragon probably to a counter charge from that zombie, but it depends what he does here because there's 2 dragons there. There's that dragon. Oh, that's the Elohi, so that's 1 unit strength. 2 dragons there, and a dragon there. So
I think Tom could have just sat in the corner on this game if he wanted to and won the tournament.
but he wants to play properly, and he wants to play with his zombie railgun
He does, I get that.
while he still
But when it's
can.
the Masters,
At this point,
to be honest, I'd probably put it on the corner.
he would need a big loss to not win the
Yeah, but he's
tournament.
risking that now.
Not a big loss. He can still get a draw, I think. So all of Elliot's unit strength is 4, 3, 5, 7 unit strength total plus the Elohi is 8. Whereas Tom, there you go, rear charge. So actually, what Elliot did, he countercharged the dragon, didn't kill it,
Ooh.
and so now that Elohi horde is kasploshed.
Shit, then.
That was a big risk taking that counter charge. He's tried that already. He tried that down here with the first Elohi. He tried to kill a dragon in one go. I don't think Elohi you've got it. They've not got quite
No,
enough.
and they're not got the Thunderous.
Yeah, and 1820s
You know,
dragons.
on a
Yeah.
counter charge, no,
No,
Thunderous. So,
no.
so the guys with the Brewer Strength might have it. That are also, if they're in the formation.
Yeah. I think it's the caterpillar ones that are left though. So
The
yeah,
guys with Brewer Strength might have it, but the guys without the Brewer Strength haven't got it.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's got Bane Chant in his list either, does he?
not anymore. It got killed.
So he does have it in his list. It's John's list that hasn't got it.
Yeah, he's got a priest. But that priest got killed, unfortunately.
See, being religious ain't always good.
Mr. Matt James,
Howdy.
how was the last game?
Loss.
A loss. Who are you playing? Matt always looks happy. That's why I call him Smiley James.
No, it was total bullshit.
It was official, total bullshit.
Do you know who I blame?
Rules committee.
I'll blame the rules.
Oh, hi
committee.
Martin. Nice to see you on the Brassius Clover. I'm enjoying your username.
Is that Dinsley?
Dinsley's here. And it also has Pringles. Please tell me what flavour of Pringles you have. I've been reduced to original because it didn't have any sour
I'm on
cream.
Texas barbecue.
Texas
Do you want
barbecue.
some of those?
No, I'm not a fan of Texas barbecue.
I mean,
It's sour cream or salt and vinegar for me.
sort of rodeo guy myself.
We're
But we'll go into that another week.
going to a rodeo later.
Bit too plain for me.
Bit too plain, like myself. I see Dinsley's on the salted Pringles as well.
Salted Pringles.
We're Pringle brothers.
No, but does he mean salt and vinegar?
Do you mean salt and vinegar, Martin? We should be really paying attention to this game. So a dragon's gone in to the men at arms at the top. He's rear charged and front charged the Elohi horde that's left. At this point, Elliot's got an Elohi that's alive at the bottom. The only unit strength that's over. Samakris is still floating around somewhere. She's been healing up the men at arms horde, I think, with heal 7. Alright, see, it's not salt and vinegar, it's definitely original. There you go.
You let me down, Martin. I mean,
Ian Sturgis is disappointed in you. I know that's going to hit you hard.
that won't put hairs on your chest, boy.
Maybe his chest is hairy enough.
Oh, it is. Trust me.
How do you know how hairy Martin Dinsley's chest is? No one
I
wants
can
to
see
know.
it through, sure.
Oh, gross. Lovely to never see you again, Martin. Anyway, can't get that image out of my head. All right. What's happening? Shenanigans at the back. Oh, that's a dragon. There's a dragon hiding behind a rock there. Oh, out he comes. So that's offering a flank. So I think Tom's trying to pin the horde in place with the big dragon so he can flank it with the other dragon. That seems sensible to me.
I mean, dragons that surge each other don't really feel right, does it?
They can't surge each other, can they? They're not shambling.
And they're not shambling, are they?
No,
But
they're
all
not
the
bone
zombies
dragons.
are, and
The zombies in the race. So the race are still alive by the look of it.
yeah, Rave's dead. Is
The race are still
are
alive.
there any zombies still on there?
There's a zombie regiment there in the middle, and there's a zombie regiment. There might be a zombie regiment at the top still alive. So he's down 3.
What's that even matter?
If his dragons fly over, that's 5 unit strength straight away.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Can you still run a multi-dragon list in version 3? That level.
No, I don't think so. Because
You can have 4 dragons in elves, but they're not quite as powerful as it's the surge ability. You got the living legend one, and you can have 3 of the regular ones.
Yeah, there is a living legend one still, isn't there?
Yep.
Tidarian.
Tidarian.
Yeah.
Tidarian thingy. He's now
Got to
been.
be very careful here because I'll come into IP breach.
Yeah, Tyrion. He's been Tyrion. He's been given nimble back as well now, which makes him slightly less bad because he wasn't really
Instead of being
takeable.
a big flyer or whatever that
Pointless.
rule was they came out.
Big
with.
fly. So he's now brutal. He's like a brutal version of the normal dragon with Crush 4. I just don't think the points are worth it personally.
Right, man.
Would you take it?
Probably not. But there again, if I take anything over about 200 points,
Yeah.
probably a bad idea.
Mr. MSU that you are. What's
You know,
going on?
I've enjoyed that this weekend because I'm one of the only guys that does that in second edition.
Yeah.
So people don't know what they're doing against it. I find this over and over again. People, they don't understand my list. I probably, on average, probably should have won 4 games here this weekend if things had gone normal. And I didn't, which is grand, but I still won 3 and big wins as well. So it's, yeah, people don't understand what it does. It just,
It's focus fire. It works very well. I've lost to it, so I know.
but they also some of them get downhearted when actually the game's still very much in their favour because once the pressure starts to go back on the MSU, literally, it's like a pack of cards.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
It starts to fall.
very hard.
So Tom's just rolling something out here.
What's he rolling?
So the Wraith have come over. So this is Wraith and zombies in the middle. So that Alohi horde has unfortunately not managed to counter charge as well as it wanted. That's 40 attacks in the rear, I think, from dragons on 3s, or 4s rather, or maybe 5s.
5. Look at that.
5s.
Is that or it's a bad roll?
Yep. That's 40 attacks on 5s. No, 40 is going to be 20, 30, 60 attacks on 5s, isn't it? So that was just one dragon, 30 attacks. Now he's going to do it again. Here's the next 30 attacks on 5s.
It's going down, I guess.
5s and 2s, yeah, I don't think they're going to stand. Anapati says people better get used to playing versus MSU as well, to be honest. In reference to your conversation.
Well, they better pads, but I think me and Adam are agreed with this as well. It's actually gonna increase the skill gap in the field. The more MSU comes
Oh my
out,
god, the Elohi survived. The Elohi survived.
Ooh.
Oh no, they didn't.
No, it didn't. It's going to increase the skill gap. So it blocks keep players closer. Once everybody starts playing ticky-tacky MSU, the better players will be even more distanced.
You reckon?
Yeah, I do. Pads, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's very MSU is a difficult play style to get to grips with. It takes a lot of practice, I think. And if you can get really disheartened playing it because it seems so weak if you're not doing it right that a lot of people just give up.
And it's much harder to compose a list because most people just compose lists by numbers, and you can't do that with MSU.
You need to work out the
It's composed by synergy.
Yeah.
And not synergy of numbers, but synergy of how it interacts with each other, which is much more complex.
Yeah. All right, so that didn't go
Anyway, back to the final.
Elliot's way. Yeah, back to the final, which is looking a little bit desperate now. But I think this is turn 5. Yeah, Adam agrees with you. Yeah. Paul, what turn are they on? Is it 5? Are they on turn 5? Can you check?
So have you found your first Masters?
Turn 6, so this is turn 6. I've enjoyed Masters, it's really fun. I think everyone's in a very good mood, everyone's really cheerful. The games have been really clean. I think
didn't come to my night out down the Nag's Head.
I didn't come to the Nag's Head.
And that's what would have clearly that was the winner here.
That was the winner. What's in boxing down the Nag's Head with you?
Well, watching boxing and watching Elliot nearly get knocked out by.
Well, hang on. So what we've got here, we've got wraiths and zombies over the middle there. So that's 4 unit
Yeah.
strength. The wraiths fly, so they're only 1.
Yeah, it stands 3.
So 3 unit strength on a dragon is 4. A dragon is 5. We've got 1 Uralohi is 1. A horde of men at arms and a regiment of men at arms, who I don't
6.
think they're over though. I don't think the regiment is over, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to get over.
Do you want me to have a quick look at table?
Yeah, could you let us know what the unit strength is? And this is turn 6, so this is a big deal.
Who went first?
Tom. You heard that shout in the background. That was Ed Herdzig, I think, rolling a double 1. Mr. Matt James.
Mr.
I've sent Ian Sturgis off to
Mr.
find out how
Children.
much unit strength is over the side.
Oh yeah, and I've nicked the radiator and the.
You've nicked the radiator. I'm popular today because of my radiator. So none of the men at arms are getting over. That's a problem. He's pinned it in. He took his big dragon,
Yeah.
pinned the men at arms in place, so
Okay.
they can't get over the centre half. It's turn 6. But he did have a chance, but unfortunately, because Tom surged his wraiths 22 inches
Yeah.
into the back of some Elohi and bounced with 4 damage.
Ooh.
But then the counter charge didn't kill him, so then Elohi
no.
got taken off by 2 dragons. In the meantime, he just left his big dragon and oh, there's some zombies have gone. That's another bit of unit strength, but I'm not sure. Yeah, he's measuring the 24 inches. I don't think. Is it in version 2? Is it majority or total?
Total.
Yeah, it's totally over. He's not going to be able to get his regiment over.
Majority is dominate, where it's the circle in the middle.
Yeah.
It's often difficult to work out.
So I think the problem here is that bloody great big dragon isn't going to die quick enough unless there's a turn 7. If there's a turn 7, he might scrape a draw because he's got a horde of men at arms and a regiment of men at arms, which is unit strength 5 altogether. He's got an Uralohi, which is unit strength 6. Tom's got 2 from the zombies, 1 from the wraith, and then 1 from 3 or 4 dragons. 3 dragons. 1, 2, 3, 4 dragons. 5. The other one's still alive. And there it goes into the rear of something. Ouch.
It's a bold strategy card, and let's see if it pays off.
Yeah, no, I don't think he can do it even with those points. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It'll be 7 each at that point. But that assumes that Tom doesn't kill anything now. Are they on to turn 7? Elliot? Elliot, are you on turn 7 now? They've got turn 7. So Elliot needs nothing to die. What's the clock looking like? 5 minutes. 5 minutes for a turn 7.
Okay.
So if he can kill something, then Tom has definitely won. If Elliot manages to kill
Something.
the dragon, it depends whether by pivoting the horde he can get it onto the half.
I'm not convinced by the position of that men at arms, although it's the furthest thing away from the camera, so it's very difficult to tell from this angle.
Yeah. Look at this Uralo, he's just chilling. He's been chilling the whole game.
Yeah. That's the thing with evade, isn't it? You know, sometimes you can just get something there and have it sit and hold objectives, but you've then sort of taken one of your own units out of the game for any sort of offensive purpose, haven't you? So
Yeah. So what Tom's done is he's taken both dragons into the men at arms regiment because that's enough. He knows that's enough unit strength that Elliot can't
it
draw.
doesn't matter. Yeah.
So he'll kill that most likely because it's a flank from the other dragon, I think. And then Elliot, even if he gets his horde over, won't have enough unit strength to draw.
And Tom with a victorious sort of cheer.
A cheer. I'm not sure Tom makes noises above a whisper.
He just put both arms in the air and cheered.
Did he?
Yep.
So he's killed it then. There it goes. That's the cheer. Here we go. Live cheering. No. That's the regiment gone. Then the horde's going to take the dragon. There we go. Bop.
Is Elliot just going for kill points now?
Yep.
Yeah.
He's going to try and take off the big dragon. He can't get over the half of the board. And it is a conclusive victory for Tom Robinson. That looks like a shed load of unit strength over. Oh, is he? No, oh, he's not. He's moving sideways with his horde. He doesn't care. He's just going for the unit strength.
It's all worth points.
There's 2 tournament points for having 2
Yeah.
units over the half. It's probably worth more than killing the
So
dragon.
Elliot's probably thinking, well, maybe if I get some victory points here, then at least I can maybe come second rather than third, or in the tournament overall.
I think Samachris has charged. possibly. Something. Charge a dragon in the rear. He's charged the smaller dragon in the rear with Samochris. Has he killed it? He hasn't.
There's the handshake.
That's it. We're all done. Congratulations, Tom Robinson, UK Master.
So have you had a good weekend, Steve?
I've had a good weekend, thank you very much. And thank you everyone for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. You can hear all about it on Countercharge probably tomorrow.
Probably tomorrow.
Toodaloo for
It's
now.
going up on Death on Dragons.
It's on. It's live streamed.
Are you putting it up as a YouTube as well, are you?
It stays there so you can rewatch it back, yeah.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. I'm going to cut the stream now. So,
Shamelessly plug my blog as well.
oh, we'd like to. I'm going to come back. Ian Sturgis's blog is called. What's it called? Chaffmaster.blogspot.com for all your controversial, unpopular opinions by a mouthy Midlandser. Anything you'd like to plug, Matt, James, while we're here?
Well, seeing as I'm here with you,
Yeah.
I will plug the Countercharge podcast.
Countercharge.
It's possibly in the top 10 of podcasts, and certainly has a presenter and hosting, Steve here.
That's me.
Who's at least in the top 30.
I am.
Kings of War podcast presenters. So
I'm certainly one of the tallest podcast presenters,
you
so I'll take that.
probably are.
Yeah.
I didn't realise that was a beneficial thing for podcasting.
It's what I've got, so I'll run with it.
Makes sense.
All right. See you later, all.
Cheers, guys.